Hostile fleet assets engaged. Construction complete. System survey complete. Construction complete. Construction complete. System survey complete. Construction complete. Construction complete. System survey complete. Construction complete. A foreign entity has decrypted our communications. Construction complete. System survey complete. Ship fragments dissected. Construction complete. System survey complete. Construction complete. Situation log adjusted. Construction complete. System survey complete. Construction complete. Diplomatic alert. War protocols initiated. Construction complete. Hostile fleet assets engaged. System survey complete. Hostile stationary asset engaged. System survey complete. Hostile stationary asset engaged. Construction complete. Alert. Hostile fleet assets detected. Construction complete. Construction complete. Alert. Station engaged. Situation log adjusted. Construction complete. Construction complete. System survey complete.
Good call. I'm muted the entire time. Thank you. Thank you, Dog Eats the Sun. I have been muted for 50 minutes. I don't know when that remuted. I must have double clicked it. Appreciate it. Oh, that's funny. Silly, silly hockey. Only as smart as the person running things. That's how technology works. This idiot apparently would. How we doing today? This is going. Been talking this entire time about getting stuff done. Nobody could hear me. They got an ethics change? Okay. That doesn't matter. That's weird that remuted. I could have swore I unmuted it when I got in. Guess not. Well, hopefully everybody's having a wonderful Thursday. We have forced our blockade in. So these guys are going to have trouble. That'll give me this corner. So this corner will be mine. Got a lot of work to do with getting them out of over here still. That one's not going to be. That's going to be. I'm going to have to send both. If I wasn't running out of energy credits, I'd send more. I'd make a third fleet. Definitely would make a third one. Energy credits being what they are, though. Yeah, we got some mines. This one, now the alloys are done. So now it'll just be power for a while. So I should be able to balance this out. It's going to take a little time. And we're 6 months from being able to go to war with the Vivesandian autocracy again. And byproduct, I got to go to war with the state of Karzupi. Who really, these guys don't scare me. They can't get through. At this point. They'd have to stack units all up and come at me with everything in one spot to break them. Which I'm sure the computer will do at some point. Oh,
technological getting really acquisition close. Successful.
I just got more Navy capacity that I don't necessarily need. I don't need eco-stimulation. I have 7 dense jungles. Oh, we should get rid of those. It'll take some time. I do have the game on super long lengths, so it's like a 1,000-year game instead of the standard. Everything's slower. Research is 5 times slower. Pop growth is like minimal, as slow as I could make it. I like the long game. What can I say? Oh, we're gonna get that energy credit boost soon. 14 months, little over a year. That's not terrible. That's not terrible at all. I can almost settle the status quo at any time. The Vivisandians subjugated the Erebon. Oh, wow. Well, that's an issue. That's the space in between the state of Karzu and Sandian, which means they can now travel back and forth. I gotta keep this fleet here. I can take the beta fleet. I can probably bring them back in and come back here and take a bunch of this. I can't take this without a second fleet. But I gotta keep this fleet here because there's a workaround spot. From Bahiram, they can come in and then go straight to Ophel. They do not have to engage this defense, which means they can take Ophel. They can take Sazudov here. They can really come in and then they can skip straight from Sazudov to Heezer. I don't know if they can get to Zir. This is not the greatest effect right here. Honestly. Matter of fact, now that I have this locked down, I'd almost prefer to move that here. Here would force anybody coming through the systems to fight. Yes, it would open up the path through between there and there. I almost would want to take that one and put it here too, to do the same thing. That would blockade. We have the block on this end. I gotta get this. This ship's gotta get out of here. It's going. Running out of time. On the truce. New. Oh. Found a. Which one is it? Two angle. I don't know that one very well. Just need the targeting computer, and this is probably good. We're still pretty negative on credits. Research agreement. They've entered into a research. They're becoming really good allies, the state of Karzu and the Vivisandian. If I can knock this out over here, it puts them on a front right there. So it's either here or up here that they're attacking. Limiting how many entry points they have is a big. We'll just let this sit. I'll take as much as I can down here. I am going to cut their... Did it say there was a ship there? Oh, okay. I'm going to cut their ability to come through here soon.
System survey complete.
It's like 2 months. 2 months in game. It's not much. They don't have much time. Oh, they're sending a freaking... They're coming through. I don't know where they're trying to take a... Oh, right there, probably. An arid world with 13? I should be able to stop that. In about 30 seconds, so about 1 month, I can deny them access finally. Truce will be over. They're considered equivalent, really. I'm going to add that to the spy network. Should we do? You know what? We're gonna spy on them. I got these. We'll get both of those going. Alright, and the truce is over. We're going to close our borders. Close our borders. I don't need to make claims. Complete. Why did that just say make claims? I don't, yeah. You have no need to claim the systems of organic filth. Pony humans! Oh. Alright, so that one's done. After he gets done with those, we'll send him down here to build that. See any good scientists. I have some pretty good admirals. They just do the self-repair. I do like this tenacious programming. Ship hull points plus 15%. Excuse me. I'm actually waiting now. We'll just wait out this war. They can't enter the territory to come over here and scout until I end the war now, or they come and take it, which they're not taking. So I do have to be prepared to send this fleet in. I could just declare war with these guys and get this rolling. I think I'd rather send Bravo Swarm up here, though, and get ready to start taking systems here. Negative power is kicking my... Definitely need more power. Oh, I can't believe I was muted. Jesus. One of those days, I was slacking around all day, slow walking everything. It rained real good last night, so I didn't have to go out and do much in my garden.
Construction complete.
I decided to do a little pruning, but I mean, you know, that doesn't take forever. It's not really that hard. Get those alloys for sure. This one. And then we'll go straight in and we'll claim this one when it's done. It gave me the weird bug. Oh. No, I need to research whatever. I'll figure it out. Alright, that place is done. Nice. 5.6k. They'll have a hard time getting any single fleets through. 2 or 3 fleets might cause an issue. I really think at this point we're probably good. $22 months, I'll get probably another energy guy there. 25 months, I'll get one here. And we get our 20% increase to what we're producing from jobs. And 10% increase from stations here. Like 20 seconds, 15 seconds. So my negative 58 should drop. Which would be very helpful. I need my energy credits to start going up so I can start funding more ships. Because I would do a third fleet.
Technological acquisition successful.
Ooh, 5% research speed. Yeah, I'll take that one. I don't even need to improve deflectors and fusion reactors. The research speed. Increase my research coming in. The deflectors would be useful. The fusion cores would be useful. Research, cut back 5% off of anything in the future. It'll even help cut a little bit off of these two. It'll be done first. Oh, do I pull back off of here? Down to negative 19. That's so much better. That I'm not as concerned at all. Still got over a dozen jobs there. We got 14
System survey
here,
complete.
13 here, 10 here. It would be a stronghold. I'm not pulling from my power yet. Only have 9 more jobs there. I gotta be careful because these research labs are gonna take up 4 more jobs each that I'm aware of. Improve over. I'll get upgrades available. Able to prove how many people are working at them. I probably am gonna have to add more districts. I don't want to. I want to add more generator districts, but I don't think I'm gonna have a choice. My package might arrive. Not mine, it's hers, but I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Alright, make sure I unmute myself this time. There we go. Alright, false alarm. I heard dogs barking outside. You know, dogs, they bark at things. Figure delivery driver coming up, I'll probably hear dogs bark. My dogs won't bark because I'm home. Of course, if she was home, freaking
Council agenda ready.
they'd bark at everything. Because, you know,
System survey
dogs.
complete.
Good. We're getting lots of surveys done. Good. And then where did I park this other one? I parked him here. Yeah, that's probably... I kind of want to survey these, just to get them done, but... I'm going to have to send some science vessels around either way. See what we can do with it. They aren't even trying. They sent that fleet one time. These guys really are super peaceful, huh? I could totally settle status quo. I just don't want to. Blockading them is the best option right now. Starbase capacity, starbase upgrade. I have that. Ship build speed, ship build cost. Upkeep reduction and more capacity. Fire rate. Ooh. Fire rate's not an option. Upkeep could help too. Only a 10% reduction. I could also make this surveying go faster, 35% faster. That's not a bad idea. Let's do that. Let's make my surveying go quick. I know I'm touching into partial traditions instead of finishing one. Ascension perk. Honestly, it's not. It's not overkill for me at this point to do so. This has been one of the easiest wars ever. That quick hit, coming in, skipping that, and just going straight here and blocking it off is easy. I could start just flying my ship in and taking other things. I don't know how useful that would be, though. You know what? These guys aren't attacking me yet. I've got a fleet just sitting here. Let's go hit a couple things. See what's what. I don't have any intel on them. Which reminds me, I need to launch my intel for my spy networks. Give Bravo here a little bit more experience while we're sitting. Sitting anyway. 7%. We'll grab another research there. That'll speed up this just a touch. Not a lot. 3's not much. Not when it takes...
Construction complete.
It's not even telling me. 11,570. Three per month is not much. It builds up, but it's not much. Not when my physics research is sitting at 110. Like, you're talking less than 3% gain per month. It's still not bad, but it's not going to change my research drastically. I'm waiting to declare war on these guys. At this point, I got to finish this little fight down here. The more I take down here and in this, and just wait. Yes, they've got a research agreement with those guys, so there's some research bonuses going on for them. But the longer I wait to initiate a fight, the less I'll be spending on a war. Could you imagine if I just can go in, hit this, come down here, hit this, come down here, hit this, and blockade them? Like, lock them into almost nothing down here? There's no defense. They didn't add a freaking... We've been sitting here for how long?
Hostile stationary asset engaged.
I can't even see my exhaustion. 36% attrition just because of passive time. 3 years? It may be 3 years. That's not terrible. Taken. Let's head down here. We'll go right in. Take another one. Just go in and block them off here. and then I'll take a whole bunch of crap from peaceful people. Ha! Ha! The killbots are on their way. Who declared a rivalry? Oh, the era bots declared a rivalry. Alright, we'll redeclare that rivalry. If they're able to declare rivalry, and they're subservient under these guys, I may actually end up in trouble here. That might be a problem. I have to deal. It's a big system. I was really hoping to get my energy credits to drop further. Unfortunately, it's still taking time. We're still in the negative. I'd like to get that third fleet up before I engage these guys at this point.
Engaged.
Third fleet would go a long ways towards helping me defend, take what I want without much repercussion. Still not going to be easy.
System survey complete.
Doesn't even matter what system it is at this point. Oh, they have a blockade here. And we got a new... Here, these guys. Get to that station. They're coming. We should win. It shouldn't be an issue. They are coming with that fleet. You know, if I can take them and hit this, depending on how this plays out, this fight. I'm baiting them in. Hopefully I get a bonus from the starbase. The starbase gets up. And I get a little bit of extra attack there.
Hostile
They do have
assets
something.
engaged.
They have a planet here. Send the fleet! Oh, that's gonna take some time. We got a long ways to send them. Ooh, buddy. Ooh, buddy. Alright, here it is. That's a fight. We're gonna have ships. We might have a couple casualties here. Nope, they fled.
Construction
Oh
complete.
my. I'm going. We have some armor issues, but I'm going. This is the opportunity to hit that. There's no ships here. I can hit that now. I can occupy it, which nerfs it. I kind of want to send Alpha Fleet down here now. I could just take as much as I want. I could be overly aggressive. I mean, I don't have to, but I can. And we're down to -8 because we've taken some more energy credits there. Very nice. And that construction ship's finally heading up here to this stuff. This is good. Oh, we just beamed out. Okay. They shouldn't return until I've already done enough damage here. This is going to be a long flight. I wasn't anticipating any of this. I was just taking a little bit of stuff and going to sit in that corner. But if we just take them off the board down here. Yeah, it's some sort of... It's probably the curators.
Hostile stationary asset engaged.
I think we found Artisan Trope and Duracorp. Duracorp, Artisan Trope, and the Caravan Coalitions. This might be a little bit of a fight. I don't know. They're not even fighting back. Oh, jeez. They have no guns. They have nothing here. I mean, it's not true. They have one set of guns fighting, but we're ripping through it. Plus, I can just repair at this station once. Let's just send them here. Keep an eye on my clock here. Enter orbit of that place. We're still only missing 90% of our, or 10% of our armor. Like, needs repaired. It's not that much, and he's got auto repair, so automatically repairing. I'm gonna get him repaired. I might go straight into Mira. I don't know yet. They had anchorages. They did have a communications chip, so that was actually is repairing. It's gonna take time. That transport ship is gonna take years to get down there. That's actually better than my initial plan to just sit here. And I don't even know all of what I'm looking at, but I know I can take more. I could probably hit their home world. Oh, no, that's not a home world. There's only 4 pops there out of 51. Okay. The Vivisandian autocracy declared war on the Queptilium entity up here. Interesting. They are a constitutional dictatorship versus a collective consciousness, which is a hive. Interesting. Well, I'll go take this. I'll go up here, take that real quick. We'll come back. We'll clean up this corner back here. This seems to be a choke point. And I just took it. Ow. These guys are going to be a problem. They seem to be the big dogs on the field. They're actually surpassing me right now. Wow. It's because they have vassals. If they didn't have vassals, it wouldn't be so bad, but I'm gonna take the power ones here first, and then we'll hit the research one.
System survey complete.
My energy credits are finally going up, though. So we're in a good spot to start taking everything. This is good. I should have pushed my way in before. It didn't even cross my mind to just be overly aggressive. I'm getting no resistance, essentially.
Asset engaged.
If you're gonna be aggressive, play aggressive. I really want to do more research lab. I want to get my research really kicking. I can't fund it and ships, though. I could probably do the defensive stronghold. That place still has jobs. That place still has jobs. That place still has jobs. Oh, now I'm getting... I'm absolutely wrong. The energy credits are starting to fly because I'm conquering. I'll do a research lab. Mutagen Merchant Guild. Okay. I thought maybe it would be the curators. Well, if I just clean it up. I mean, I'm only at 49%. I should be able to do it.
Hostile fleet assets engaged.
Well, yeah, they probably are trying to come out. No, they're just sitting. Ooh, here we go. All right, just build both. Go up here, keep going. I could start a small spy network on these guys. Won't be able to do much with it, but... Damn. I can't believe how much we're cleaning this.
System
7 pops here. Where's my transport fleet? Way up here still. Wow. Long ways to go. If I could take the planet there and there and kick them out, I probably will need to take this. The chance they could run across from there to there. There's no real great defense down here. Let's take that one first, and then we'll pop up. I'm gonna go back into negatives, just a touch, but that's okay. we can absolutely manage that by selling another 5K real quick. I'm making 126 a month. No reason not to.
System survey complete. Construction complete.
Go up there and we'll hit that one afterwards. Either one's going to have 2 energy, but it has resources. I'll just build everything down here. We're at that point again. Which of the galaxy am I going to end up taking? Those Vivisandian are in my way. Although, honestly, if I could blockade them, take this strip they have here, and then just go up, I could take the state of Karzu out. I bet I could take them. I need a third fleet. I need a third fleet. It's going to be a huge issue.
System survey complete.
They're just not getting anywhere. This is a terrible thing going on to them. I'm sure in their opinion.
Hostile stationary asset
I am
engaged.
spreading really badly though. I don't know, that might come back to bite me at some point. Being this spread out end to end. You know what? I have thought
System
about it.
survey
I'm going to move them
complete.
over there. Oh, good.
Alert. Non-standard space entity encountered.
Oh. Those mining drones? Those look like mining. That'll slow you down. I guess I could go here. If I can take whatever this is. It'd have to come in from one of these 3 angles on this side. There's a chance they could get across here. I don't know that it would work. Doesn't seem like a big system. We'll figure it out. One way or another, I'll figure this out. It's always the goal, isn't it? To figure it all out. If my fleets would get down here, I'd take the planet over, and then I could flip this into a defensive. Actually, hang on. Let's just take that now. Turn them. They're only halfway across the system anyway. Let's go take this now. We'll do the same thing we did up here. We'll just flip this into a defensive. I'm losing credits again. That was the research, but the research picked up. My research is really kicking. I've got a lot more fleet capacity. I'm only at 40 out of 101. I could build 2 more power ordeals down the road, add 4 more jobs here.
Construction complete.
Tempted to add that first. You know what?
Hostile stationary asset engaged.
I can go back and forth around in there to clean that all up. This is gonna cost me. We'll see what I can see.
System survey complete.
But it doesn't look all that great. Oh, there it is. Perfect. Alright, so this guy is done. I have a ship going down there. Where do I want to send this one? Probably up here. Send the rummage up there. Take the reconnoiter here. Set him to start surveying those. There's some ships. People does this have? 36. That's the home planet right there. I'm gonna defend here. I'm sure they're gonna think about sending something. We'll take this real quick and then we'll come back. That shouldn't be too long. They may send this to try to hit this, but by the time they get there, I should have a defensive platform up, a little bit of regeneration, and my fleet should be done with this and coming back. Should be. Still haven't dealt with these guys. I do not want to attack these. They're distracted. I don't know if that's going to help me in the long run or not. If they go up and they take these guys as a vassal too, then they've got 2 vassals and an ally. It's me versus all 4 of them, essentially. That could be an issue.
Hostile stationary asset engaged.
Oh, no. You need to go over. That's where you. Are they sending their fleet? No, they're not. 790s. Yeah, I already hit 1 defensive platform. They're in trouble. Because I'm going to take this and then I'll go back and I'll hit this, that. And then we'll figure out, we'll come back up here and we'll see how far we want to go. That'll be the play. Because from here, me pushing through the rest of their stuff isn't hard. It just takes a little time. Oh, can I assign that envoy? I can. Perfect. I'll take the envoy off of these guys. I really don't need that much information on them. We're steamrolling them. So far, the intel is what I see, but what I see does not scare me. Our stuff should be able to handle it, no problem. Plus, I mean, they're pacifists. This is my whole goal, is to exterminate everything across the galaxy. We are the Omnian Exterminators.
Construction complete.
Killbots. Get the thing. I will get more power, more energy credits. 10 months, we'll get one here. That'll cut back. 7 months, we'll get one here more than likely. That'll cut back. I'll cut a third. And in 9 months, I probably get another one there. That'll cut half. My negative will be really cut down. Plus, as I get more up in here, that's another 9, 11. I got 2 more coming here, 2 more coming there. We should be able to cut that back to mitigate it for the most part. Coming in and owning these systems will probably help. I'm sure there's more energy. They're still not sending their fleet in, which is too bad for them, because now I've got 3 defensive posts again. Like, I came in and I took a whole bunch of their space. And they're not really very far this direction. Their border is right here. It comes down. There's something here against them, it looks like. But their border comes down.
Hostile
they might have
stationary
these.
asset engaged.
But really, they're pushing this way. It's hard to tell what that is. There's a research station here and 2 mining or energy stations. Oh. So there's 4 more power. Oh. The Vivisandian are starting to get out of reach though. They're gonna be an issue at some point. This is going to be an issue. I can't let them sit forever. I have to take stuff. And starting with these 5 systems out here will go a long ways towards cutting them back. Ironically, they left their transport fleet. That's funny. They got big old transport fleet. Ground force.
Construction complete.
It doesn't look like there's another good block till down here. Yes, it's costing me more credits. It should mitigate over time, taking all this. Plus, if I get it blockaded down
Hostile
here somewhere
stationary
real heavy,
asset engaged.
then I can come back up here with both my fleets. I can take this down. I guarantee you if I attack them, I bet I have to fight the state of Karzu. Yes, the state of Karzu is actually... So they have 2 tributaries. The state of Karzu is a tributary. The Earbots are tributary, or vassal, excuse me, they're vassals. Subsidiary, which is a vassal. And then the Earbots are an actual vassal. They have a defensive pact with someone, too. That's a lot of fighting. That's the only other fight I got here. But what I'd really want to do is leave a fleet here to defend, to help defend this corner, take this out, and then go up here and take down the state of Karzu. It's that or take this out and just go straight into the belly of the beast here. Because their homeworld's here. Which the belly of the beast might not be the worst option ever. They're losing fleet power. It's interesting. The Uadaran League declared war on the... Oh, wow. So somebody else just declared war on them. Oh! It's those... They rebelled. The people they enslaved rebelled. They weren't even an FTL empire. They were pre-FTL. Well, that's funny. That means I can actually come up here and take this. And there's no fight. They can't pass through my territory, so they're going to come in and take all of this, which means I can just target them and take it from them eventually. This is great. That's great news. That is outstanding news. That changes the game over here. Yeah, they're going down to take it right now. This pre-FTL civilization just became quite powerful in this little corner. No pushback. There's one research and one material lab here. Oh, what is this? What is that shit? They're just flying straight through. Huh. Oh, and here comes my okay.
Hostile stationary asset engaged.
They're just flying straight in. I don't like that. They flew from here all the way over there around this. Oh, I don't have the target uplink. I see. 50% more range on my defenses. Well, I am going to send my transport fleet to orbit here. Ooh, we got a whole bunch more information on these guys. So I could see, they're the ones on the other side here. Okay. It's a good thing I came and took these guys. They would probably have come down and enslaved these guys too. So I need to take everything from them. I need to just come in here. I need to take this, take that, take this. The home world will be the last thing I end up getting. Basically, we'll just pin them in.
Construction complete.
I'm going to bring him over here. Down to negative 41 on energy credits. I heard something. I realized it was a morning dove. Getting close to intermission break. Ready to take the pups out and let them use the restroom and use it myself. Grab a drink. Not as thirsty today. I have been taking it. Not doing as much as far as work outside. Little bits of work. Not like crazy. Move this, till that, freaking cut all this down, break a bunch of stuff wherever. Try to line that back up. There we go. I like my galaxy just straight up like. Yeah, so we'll take these guys down. This will be the second empire we've taken. Administration of Elam. They were peaceful, spiritual people, and the killbots came in, and they should have tried to defend themselves a little harder. A little less spiritualness, a little more crusade. They're amassing a little fleet here.
Alert. Spaceport engaged.
Yeah, this will shoot that and destroy that. They had to come across. Ironically, they still have no defense.
Stationary asset engaged.
So I'll be able to just take this planet. That'll be interesting. We're still not at a point where that's going to do me a whole lot. If they can just cross here. I get the 50%. I have a feeling anything in this area will probably get picked up and engaged. I don't know what the actual range on these things are, but... And that'll be my defensive point against these guys. They are losing territory up here. There's nothing they can do about it. Alright, we'll send them in. Take that last one. Oh, they're creating the galactic community. Several spacefaring empires, some unknown to us, banded together to form a galactic community. This supranational institution is to serve as a forum where important matters can be discussed. Yeah, we're not getting involved. Pitiful organics can do their debating amongst themselves. We'll just come in and slam. Are we there? We're there. Land the armies. This will be a quick take too.
System survey complete.
Now I am going to do some interesting stuff.
Planetary pacification protocols initiated.
Okay, we have taken it. Oh, it put an Omni on it. I don't want that. I'm not ready to expand outside of my own sector. So, we're going to come here. We're going to destroy that. There's nothing else here. Okay. We're going to resettle. I'm going to send them to the power plant. Yeah, that's the lowest one. I'm going to send one there. And then it would cost me 100 credits to do it. I can purge them all. I don't know that that's necessary. What's the purge duration? It's not going to tell me. Well, I hate to have to do it, but I guess I am going to resettle. I can't send them. Oh, it's because it's a machine. So we'll send them one to the mine, one to this mine, one to our technologies, one to the power, and leave one there, because if we do this, the abandonment cost right up here is 200 influence. That's a lot of influence. Just let them purge. It should tell us in a second what the declining rate is. Yeah, 2 months, okay. 50% decline per month rate. What is this? Now, this world still has a fleet overhead. My fleet is technically bigger. I wonder if the fleets will fight, though. I don't want them to fight. The transport fleets? I don't think they do. But I don't know. Either way, we're at 74%. And we're coming up to a point where we really do have to push these last couple systems. Get as much as possible. Or I'll have to leave them on a single world. Alright, they're no longer here. I can downgrade that station. I don't need it. This is my defensive point. I don't know what's out here yet. I don't know if that goes further this way or just... It probably goes further. I'll probably have to put something here. That'll block anything coming in, and then that way I got a blockade here, a blockade here. These guys suck. So many different freaking spots now that I have to fight those. The good news is they just took another one. They're taking control of the... Oh, I missed this. Build and there. This one's done too? No, it's building that starbase.
Hostile fleet assets engaged.
Can I just enter orbit? Or are they... I really don't want them to fight. If I could just enter orbit next to them, that'll be perfect. I don't think they fight each other. Doesn't look like it. And land them. That means I just take this. Another planet conquered. No, there's no defensive armies.
Pacification protocols initiated.
Done. Done. They have nothing built on it yet. Perfect. I did get another Omni out of that. Let's send them to the technologies again. And then we'll send one to the mines. One to these mines. Oh, nope, that's that. Okay. That was that, what I talked about. I don't want to, but I have to. That was that, cost I did not want to do. I bet I can take them here. It's a little iffy, but if I do, I can cut off their home planet.
A foreign entity has decrypted our communications.
There goes that planet. Yeah, those were the space drones. It actually looks like that ends. It does not look like that has a line that goes anywhere. If that's the case, this entire corner is already mine. That's what's up. Drone study? No, I want my 10% hull points. This is a passive right here This one right here is a passive 10% automatic hull points. I don't have to upgrade anything. I just have to unlock the research in 13 months, and then we'll do the drone study, which takes 21 months. I don't want to spend 21 months and then still have 13 months to get the hulls. I'd rather get the hulls now and improve them. They've almost taken all of this. There it is. They just took it, the last one.
Complete.
So they have this whole sector. When they're done, the Vivisandian can't do anything. When they're done
Alert.
with their
Spaceport
little
engaged.
war, and I don't have to worry about these guys. Like, once these claims turn purple, like the area turns purple here, and they have it all, and the war's done, I'll come up and I'll just take it from them. Those little guys mean nothing. Where's my starbase under attack? Oh, here. Oh, okay, we're fighting those. I see. Interesting that we're fighting them all of a sudden. Weren't fighting them before. That's weird. Oh well, it is what it is. Let's launch that. I got plenty of influence. I'm going to sell 5,000 more minerals just to get that all taken care of. We do have a little bit more in the way of energy credits. The Vivisandian autocracy entered into a non-aggression pact with the it doesn't
Technological acquisition
taking them
successful.
down already. that doesn't matter. 5% research speed. There we go. Basic combat rolls. This increases tech drone output by 50%, putting one of these on the planets. It does increase the credit cost, upkeep cost of them, but 50% takes them from like 11 to 16, 17, somewhere in there. So a half a energy credit more is not a big deal. Power is my issue right now. Research wouldn't be bad, but it's only at 10% on the research stations. It's really not enough to be significant compared to the... I need energy credits, so I think we're going energy credit. Alright, it is intermission time. I'm going to take a quick break. Use the restroom. Sorry, buddy. Yeah, I'm sorry. We'll let these guys out real quick. Go outside, go potty, grab a drink, and we'll be back to finish up this administration of Elam war. Those guys really didn't stand much of a chance, which sucks to be them, because, yeah, we're getting that done. We'll catch you guys here in just a few for the second half of the stream. Alright, I am back. Welcome on back. I hope you guys are having a fantastic day. Oh, ready for this monster. We've been at it, getting things done. Been a good one. Definitely taking some more territory. Taking another empire down. Gonna end up with quite the fight against the Vivisandian autocracy here at some point. At some point, this is gonna be a fight. And if we let it drag on too long, then they'll end up overpowering us just in the amount of forces the different empires altogether will have here. They have given them a guarantee of independence. They will now defend them from all attacks, but it doesn't take place until after our war started, so they're not fighting with us. It is an interesting
System survey complete.
Oh, that's way up here, huh? Yeah, alright. Oh, we're done with systems. Okay. Hang on now. Then let's send them over here. We'll research that project. That's the signals of Voltaeum activity. Or signs, excuse me, signs. I can read. Uplink computer is still 70 seconds away. Do we go head on? You know what? I'm gonna bait them out. Broke off their commercial pact. Oh, the state of Karzu. Oh, man. Oh, that's not a good sign. If they're breaking off their pacts with these guys, it means that these guys are becoming very powerful compared to the others. They're considered equivalent to me in power. The state of Karzu is becoming equivalent in power. Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. This is all problems. Not good signs. You know what? I'll hit their homeworld first. I'll take this and just make it mine for the time being. It's going to take the longest to take down. Oh, good. We have our... Yeah, I may have to put in more platforms here. Hang on.
Construction complete.
My package, I gotta go check the door. I'll be right back. Alright, it was just somebody next door. One of the neighbors this way was doing something, which those guys are fine. They're doing their thing.
Hostile fleet assets engaged.
Alright, that transport ship is going nowhere. I'm going to hit this, and then I'm going to double back, and we'll see if we can't bait them out. Probably not, but... Because I bet this world's got defense. Not much, but... No defensive
Construction
positioning.
complete.
Oh, we're losing our... That. Oh. Okay. I don't think I need more than that. Again, I think this one ends down here.
Hostile stationary asset engaged.
They're really hindering our ability to fly on them. They're becoming very powerful. They're becoming very powerful. Which means we probably... Either we go all in, belly of the beast, or we take down the vassals. Not exactly sure which way it's going to go, but it'll go. We will get to where we're trying to go. Ethics shift change, I don't care. Don't forget that somebody else did decide to attack these guys. So these guys are being seen as a bully in the galaxy. What's ironic is
Non-standard
I'm
space
stuck on this side of them. And the state of Karzu and the Irabot grid are both their vassals of it. So there's some interesting tensions with these guys on this side of the galaxy. So. And then they have me here to worry about as well. So they're in an interesting predicament too. Not all sunshine for them.
Technological acquisition successful.
There's my 10%. I think we do... Oh. Robo-modding. What? Allows us to design and build specialized mechanical pops. Ooh. We can modify our robots. I kind of want afterburners. It gives us a 10% sublight speed, which gets us around the systems faster. To move around our area quicker for response. That's interesting. I do want that. That'll be big down the road for me to make the Omnian Exterminators robots better. We also do need to do the drone study. So we got 20 months on top of the 114 or whatever.
Construction complete.
Hang on, they're going off again. More new activity. Sure. But the dogs are barking, so gotta check. Alright, send them down there. This guy's still building stuff. How's this one doing?
Construction complete.
Just got done. Gonna go there next. That base is ready. Almost. We're almost healed up. I want them to finish healing, and then I'm gonna send them here. I'm gonna go around those guys. Really crush out the areas. Here we go. I can't actually tell. They have a plan. Can't tell what it is. Let's move our transport fleet in. Let's move those guys over. What's going on here? Oh, more crystal shards. Okay. Can deal with that. Gotta get this one done so that I can get down there to cap these couple. We'll go to a neutral. There'll be an area where I won't have defenses. I could put defenses in eventually, but I won't have defenses to start. No, they're really just not going to attack.
Technological acquisition successful.
More research. Okay, and while that's all going on, we can start clearing some stuff. Oh, it's going to cost money now. Yeah, it costs 500 credit. Credits are deficient. Down 62 a month right now again. We're getting closer to being able to fix that, but it's still going to take a little time. And I'm really tempted to put 3 more of these in here just to really make this very difficult for them to take down here. No, 0 movement. Okay. No sight on that yet. Still waiting for this to end. I mean, these guys are nothing as far as strength goes. 1.1k. I mean, that's not terrible. They do some pushing.
Construction complete.
I'm not ready for all those minerals yet. We'll send them here. 440, that's the next best one. They might get baited out right here. They might come take this. If they come take this, I need to try to hit them in transit. It's not that I can't take this, it's that if you split the 2 400s in half, it's easier to take. It's just that simple. It's easier to take it. This has no defenses. So I'm gonna send my invasion fleet. I'm gonna take them a little time. I'm actually kind of tempted to leave a defense here and then possibly put one in here. That's a big system. Maybe we just leave it there.
Stationary asset engaged.
I don't know yet. Like, make it harder for these guys to come in and just take a bunch of stuff all the time. I don't know yet. Are they moving? They're not even moving.
Construction complete.
Alright, and this is moving. That's good. I've got stuff going on that's real nice. We're down to negative 50, which means I must have just gotten some. Down to 10 here. That'll give me the 2 mining districts left. I'm not ready to do that yet, though. We need to compensate the energy credit issues going on. Oh, they just took this. Okay, well, I can fix that. We'll go take that too. We have to wait to take over the planet. We have to have total control of the system before I can start doing the starport here. It's a decent little system. 5 and 13 there. I'm shocked they are not trying to attack this. That's the easiest one for them to take. And they're not even trying. Peaceful's not getting them anywhere. I have some peaceful people that I can play. There are some achievements that I do need to do, like Federation stuff and whatnot. I could definitely do a peaceful playthrough as well. I have some human stuff to do, but I'm not like completely peaceful by any means. I'm not. If you're the enemy, then you're the enemy. If you want us gone so that you can have what we have, then we're not friendly. We're gonna fight. Oh, it's a lithoid species. Okay. Where are they at? Up here. Hegemony of Yi-Ri? Y-R-I. Interesting. They've got a couple different things I can see. Okay. There appears to be
Hostile fleet assets engaged.
a couple different vessels down there. Land the armies, take the planet, get that done. I'm at 94%, so we are very close to war.
Planetary pacification protocols initiated.
Exhaustion. That's the word. All right. I'm just gonna keep one here. It'll stop them from really coming in. They'll be able to take this one. I'm not overly concerned. We're going to demolish that. And we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to send one to Power World. I might as well send one of their people there. Then one of the technologies. And we'll send one to the first mine. Good to go. That should take care of itself shortly. Let's see if we can't fly them back out there. They're still not attacking. And with the shard lanes here, if they're claiming this and this, it means that one of us, me or the Vivisandian, are going to have to come down and actually fight them. That's also fine. Here, I'll just hit this station on the way. Down to negative 24. We're gonna flip this. We're gonna do defensive stations. I know I said I didn't want to, and it is going to strain me on the power for a little while, but I think we'll manage to push through. So far, we've been fine. We're making 208 minerals every month. The compensation, selling the minerals and getting the... That's not going to do much good. They're in a commercial pack with each other. Oh, no. They're going to be gone here soon. The commercial pack will only have one side.
Construction
The amount of credits I can make off of selling is definitely making up the difference, and we're still expanding. So... Matter of fact, I'll even send this one way down here. Well, no, I won't. No, I won't. We'll get that done, and then I'll just send them back here. This guy right here is going to be done with these two soon enough. I can just send him down to take these minerals. It's an extra 30 minerals a month. It'll cost us a little bit in credits, but shouldn't be a big deal. 97%. All right, I guess we're just going in. They're not coming out. I'm just gonna go in and take, and then we'll go in.
Project complete.
And we'll hit their.
Special project complete.
We'll hit their final homeworld. Mining station output 10%. Damage to ancient mining drones. I don't need damage to ancient. It's useless once they're gone. It's good early, especially on, I guess, the harder difficulties early, but having a 10% mining. I could just, words are hard right now. Having a 10% mining station mineral output, the rest of the game seems better to me. We recovered a Voltaeum artifact as well, which is our precursors, which we'll get to them eventually. Gotta go down. I gotta do some fighting here. Clean that up so I can take all that. This war is still not over. I don't know that we're actually going to fight the Vivisandian again today.
Construction complete.
I don't like that I'm putting that off like this, but at the same time, I mean, I'm securing the rest of my territory. And all we have is entrances to the Vivisandian in this area, this region of space here. We have an entrance here, which is defended temporarily. Not the greatest defense. Actually, I do need another. If they decide to come through, I need at least one. And then we have a defense here against their vassal, the state of Karzu, who I wouldn't mind crushing at some point. I don't know if it's worth crushing the vassals first or going straight for the Vivisandian, though, and dividing. Probably division. You take down the Vivisandian, you knock them down a bunch, you take a bunch of their territory, you really shrink their capabilities. Yeah, I just hit 100% war exhaustion. Shrink their capabilities and let the vassals kind of break off from them down the road. That'll weaken them. I don't know. We'll have to decide. There's options.
Hostile fleet assets engaged.
Man, I can smell that incense next door. The new neighbors the other way are giving me some stuff. Playing Stellaris is not natural. It's not. Are you sure? Welcome in MDH. Seems natural to me. I enjoy this game. Conquer the real galaxy. Doesn't Elon kind of have the monopoly on that? Launching rockets and stuff already? They're offering me peace. Well, they can take their peace and shove it up their bum holes. We're just conquering it. Plus, I don't have killbots like this in reality. And from my understanding, and this is just something completely out there, but on the topic of conquering the galaxy, the entire, if we see as the means of production, we can do it. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. That could be the way to do it, but I don't know that I'm out for seizing stuff from somebody who hasn't harmed, hindered, or oppressed me. It is what it is. Interestingly enough, though, the Voyager shuttles, science vessels, whatever the hell you want to call them, the Voyager stuff has found that the entire system we're in, the system of Sol, is encased in a giant heat shell, basically. So it's super hot. To a point of it would melt down all your basic alloys and stuff to their base form. Like, they wouldn't be usable for most of what they're used for. And it would destroy all organics. So we can't even send anything outside of our system anyway. Interestingly enough, it would be hard to even leave our system. Matter of fact, as of the last time I checked, it's impossible with our current level of technology. You didn't know that? Yeah. Look into the Voyager stuff. It's very cool. They found that we're covered in a giant heat shell, basically, all the way around the solar system. We can't leave, and we can't nothing can get in. So any of these asteroids, meteors, anything that comes in, it's got to go through that heat shell, which would cause all organics to be destroyed and all metals to be melted down to their base form. Makes it very hard for anything to come in. We don't have to really worry about an alien invasion unless they're so technologically advanced that it wouldn't matter if they invaded. Like, for them to get in, they'd have to have technology at such a high level that if they got in, we would be nothing to them anyway. We'd be ants to them. Like, literally nothing. Just tiny insects. They'd just swat us. So, yeah. Interesting stuff there. Right? That could be it. Maybe someone trapped us in here. There's an intentional reason for it. Who knows? Who knows? We can only speculate at this point. But yes, a giant heat shell. I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, and this was several months ago, like 5-6 months ago, I was reading about this. I talked about it once on stream before. But it's like 35,000 to 90,000 degrees in different places on this. Like, we're talking heat that just literally melts everything.
Complete.
Unbelievable amounts of heat. So, until we figure out how to bypass that, I'm not sure. Let's look that up. I'll look that up right now. That's a good question. That's a very good question. Is it hotter than the sun? What is the temperature of the sun? Great thing about the internet is we have the internet. We can look stuff up. The sun's temperature ranges from about 5,800 Kelvin to 15 million Kelvin at its core. So no, it's about 27 million degrees Fahrenheit at its core. It's way hotter at the core of the sun. Now at the outer edges, the surface, yes, it would be hotter than the surface of the sun, which is kind of insane when you think about it. As hot as the sun is. But according to the internet, I mean, I read it on the internet. It must be true, right? Take it with whatever you want, salt shaker, grain of salt, whatever, the whole bag of salt, whatever. It's on the internet. It may be true, it may not. It's hard to say at these points. But according to this, the sun would be much hotter in the middle. The core of the sun is 15 million Kelvin at its core, according to what we know. Yeah, it is. It is fascinating. I actually love learning stuff. Really been interested in. I could put on my tinfoil hat for a moment here. I've been really interested in the magnetic pole movement and the shift that's been going on. Here in North America, I'm in the U.S. I don't know where you are or anything, but the sun is actually higher in the east and the west when it's rising and setting than what I remember growing up. And my belief, and I have not proved this, but my belief is that the magnetic poles are actually what hold us upright. So the north magnetic pole, not the physical, but the north magnetic pole and the south magnetic pole would hold us upright. So as they move, the planet actually is turning onto its side. Slowly, it's not fast. Not at this point, at least. But it would mean as we're rotating further and further south here in the North America area. So, I think that the opposite probably happening to Russia, Asia, all that over there where the pole is going. I bet their sun is actually rising and setting farther south than where it used to for them this time of year. Again, hard to say. I'm not a scientist. I don't have any proof of this. But my basic understandings as an idiot human being, my basic understandings are that the magnetic pole should be what holds us upright like a bobber. Very interesting stuff. There's a lot of different articles if you're willing to go look them up. I've actually talked about it a few times on here. I'll probably talk about it again. I'm crazy, but I love looking at stuff like that. I mean, in all reality, if the world turns, there's not much any of us humans can do about it. Prepare to try to survive, but that's about it. Oh, I can sell 10,000 minerals. It's not worth shit, but I can do it. That'll help compensate my difference. That's why traveling is important. You want to see that for yourself? Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. That would be very important to go. You could go there and see what it looks like during the day right now and actually see if there's a difference visually. It's a very interesting point. People I talk to here, family, friends, neighbors, all have kind of noticed a weird difference with where the sun's setting. It almost feels like it's setting further north than it used to. They haven't really noticed the sun rise, but how many people are up in the morning? I mean, I'm up because I'm watering a garden, but most people aren't up early enough to see the sun actually come up, but it feels like it's up very high, which would indicate we're tilted back and that we're lower than we normally are. So as we go around, it will come up, it'll go up, and then it'll appear to go down. Because of the twist, we're actually moving in a weird way where it's up higher at the edges as we hit sunset and then come back in through sunrise. The math does work, interestingly enough. The basic math does work. And there's a lot of people talking about a polar shift, which is an interesting phenomena. It's not proven, but there's things to indicate that it could happen. So, or that it has happened even. All right, we'll get rid of this post. Very interesting stuff. Highly recommend looking it up. Actually, stuff I've thought about talking about before. I should start doing like a podcast day. I stream Tuesdays through Fridays, but I really feel like I should start doing one of the days as a podcast.
Council agenda available.
Just switch it up a little. I like sitting here playing the games, casual stuff like this, where I can chit chat with people online like yourself, or those of you watching the VOD later. You can hear me talking like a maniac. Whatever. I'm talking to nobody sometimes. It's okay. I enjoy doing this, but I also would love to come out and actually start talking about stuff like so our ancestors didn't see the same sunsets. There is a story. It's not just a Christian story. There's Asian culture, Asian historic cultures. There's South American historic culture that talks about a day that the sun stood still, where the sun didn't come up all the way, or it came up and then it just kind of stayed there. It didn't move for a while, and then it went down in a weird spot. There's historic reference to the sun setting in the east and rising in the west. It could be mistranslation. It's hard to say because we're talking about stuff that's been translated. Translation loses something a lot of times from one language to the next. So, but there's stories of stuff happening like that where potentially, yeah. I mean, you're talking back in the early 1800s, the magnetic North Pole was in northern Canada. So at that time, if we're thinking about the tilt, they would have seen a much different sunset. The sun would have rose much further south, come up, and then gone south again when it set. So it's absolutely possible that 200 years ago, little over 200 years ago, when the magnetic pole was way over here in the North American hemisphere, in northern Canada, that they did see a different sun go across the sky, in a sense. Like a different pathing of the sun going up and over. Very possible. Does it affect the seasons? That's a good question. Because that's something else that I have discussed with and people are noticing that as well. That the seasons, they're not necessarily changing, they're moving. Here, one of the big ones that we talk about is winter comes later, but it's staying later. Definitely something to that. It's something to look into. It's possible it affects it. I don't know how. I can't explain the math necessarily. Again, I'm just an idiot that gardens and goes out and looks up in the sky, and I see something that seems different than it did when I was a kid. 20 years ago, I remember the sun would come up straight to the east, and it would go up, and it would set straight to the west, and it doesn't do that anymore. It rises way up here, it comes up, and then it goes down to the north again. It's weird. It's awkward. It doesn't seem natural or correct. But it's hard to say, because again, I'm not a scientist. I don't have anything that can prove that. It's just observation. Aliens move the sun. If aliens move the sun, we're in a whole nother issue, because if the sun moves, then the entire system's thrown at that point. It's more likely, because as humans, we think of the sun moving. When we say the sun rises in the east, it comes up, and then it sets in the west, it's actually us moving. The sun doesn't move. It's one of the first things that you kind of have to change your mentality on, is the sun doesn't move. We do. We're spinning. The planet is just spinning around and around and around and around and around as it moves around the sun. The sun doesn't actually move. So if the sun appears to be moving, either aliens change something, which I'm doubtful, but, until I disprove it, I can't say it absolutely didn't happen. The idea, of course... What? Whoa. What's this? And where'd they... Oh, they were building. Sorry, I got distracted. But my guess would be that the planet is just it's tilting and spinning funny, and we're noticing it. That seems more probable to me. Hard to say. Very hard to say. You know, travel the world, look up the research, do the math. Somebody needs to figure out if the world's going to tilt onto its side or flip over or do some weird stuff and we're all in danger. I sure haven't figured it out. You want another really interesting thing to look into? Look up tropical glaciers sometime. That's a really interesting topic. Very much related to this magnetic movement. There's a theory that some planet hit ours. You're talking like the moon? Like the moon ran into us? Ooh, sublight speed gained. Heck yeah. Wait, what? Did I gain an admiral? Yeah, something like the moon hit us. It's possible. It's more likely. Have you ever heard of the Adam and Eve theory? Basically, the Adam and Eve theory. Yeah. I remember something similar being taught, but there was no proof of it. That was the problem. There's no proof that the moon ever collided with the Earth. There's no massive area where the moon, the minerals, the composite materials, things that would identify the surface of the moon, there's no place on the Earth where that material is present, which if two objects like that collide, or one object slams into another, it's going to leave debris. So there would be a bunch of moon stuff in a section of the planet. We would find all those minerals, all those materials, very odd stuff in a specific spot. The Adam and Eve theory is one of the ones that I look at. I don't know how accurate it is, but it seems to have plausibility to it. Which is, they claim every 6,500 years, the planet basically flips. Like the north and south magnetic poles, they basically flip spots, and so the world turns because you can't have the North Pole on the south and the South Pole on the. It just can't be. So, there's a lot of interesting theory. Absolutely, a lot of interesting.
Construction complete.
Construction complete. We're completing stuff. We're getting a ways. We have 400 days until this war is going to be forced over. So, and they built militaries. Crap. I don't know if I'm taking this. Not in 400 days. They might get to keep their system here. I'm going to try. We will send the transport fleet in, just in case. They might have one system. I might be forced to leave them with their home system. There will be nothing they can really do to me, but... Is it over time the two poles switch, or is it changing? You know, that's a common question. They don't know. My guess would be, if we look back... Uh-oh. Did I lose connection? No, I'm still here. Okay. My chat room reconnected over here. I was kind of worried for a second. So my thought is that there's a increased rate of the magnetic pole moving. And as it's increasing, it's moving around. Now we're talking a year at a time, a section of the northern pole. Known reports are that it was upwards of anywhere from 35 to 50 miles a year. Now, if you extrapolate that data, basic math, I'm not going to get into all the geo math that would be involved. I know there's a lot of intricacies, a lot of variables, but if you just take the basics of that, it seems more likely that as the magnetic pole gets past the Arctic Circle, if you will, it'll speed up through an area and it'll go quickly. Now, some claim a day, some claim weeks. I'm kind of the mentality and the belief from everything I've read and everything I've gathered that it'd be roughly a week worth of chaos where the sun's going to be really hot. We're going to have immense storms that almost seem unnatural. A good story to reference. I hate to reference the Bible and not be speaking about religion, because a lot of people be like, oh, well, you're talking about the Bible, you're getting religious. I'm not really getting religious so much as this is a story that's been told for a long time. Maybe it holds ground in something other than just religion. They said it rained for 40 days and 40 nights where they were at in the story of Noah's Ark. I know it's a religious story. I'm not trying to talk about religion. The concept that maybe it lasts for 40 days. Maybe it shifts. Exactly. It does have some historical truth and reference to it. Absolutely. Some people, they bulk back. They're like, oh, you're talking about the Bible. I don't believe. That's fine. You don't have to believe. I don't know whether you believe or not. Obviously, you see that there's some historical truth and accuracy, some things that can be referenced in the Bible and in history itself. So we'll agree on a little bit more of that. But what I'm careful of is to try to not go at people who are like, oh, the Bible. It's just a story. We're just talking about a story. We're talking about a reference. The thought here is Noah's Ark took place during the last term. For 40 days and 40 nights, they had rains, immense rains and storms and flooding, and they could not explain it. It was biblical. It was otherworldly. But if the world turned and they didn't know what was going on, then of course it seems biblical. Of course it seems otherworldly. But the idea that the world was turning and resituating itself during this time frame, how are they going to know? They don't have satellites. They don't have the internet. They don't have all this stuff. And there's a lot of references in it that would make me think it could take 2-3 weeks. It could be 1 week where it just turns all of a sudden, and then the world starts spinning sideways again, but resituates so that it's spinning east-west, it's new poles, and that there's so much turbulence that there's storms, there's melting poles, there's freezing oceans, there's all sorts of stuff going on. So, you're actually saying that maybe the Earth is getting flooded? Well, you take the polar caps and you spin them so that they're in the tropics, they're going to melt. And it's going to take time for oceans that go into the new polar areas to freeze. It takes time for immense bodies of water to freeze. There's lakes that do not freeze entire winters because they're so deep and it's not cold enough. So there's bound to be turbulence. There's bound to be earthquakes, which cause environmental issues. There's bound to be volcanoes that go off because of pressure. The world does this big giant movement all of a sudden. There's going to be pressure that's got to be released. So there's a lot of different things that could happen that would really off-put humanity, would really cause a lot of issues. Not to mention that if the magnetic poles do flip through the core the way that they would, the magnetic field we have would be weakened, and it's likely that power would just go out and it wouldn't come back on. There's a likelihood, according to scientists, that if the magnetic field goes down a certain range, which it would absolutely hit according to them, according to tests, according to theories, if the poles moved and flipped, or even just moved to the side and the planet turned over. The power goes out, everything gets fried, and it doesn't come back on. It's hard to say. There's a lot there to it. There's a lot to it. We live in a very interesting solar system on a very interesting planet that seems to be set up in a very unique way to be almost a petri dish. Where if you're willing to accept these things, then humanity will keep getting knocked back to the Stone Age every couple thousand years, 6,000 years, whatever it is. So we'll keep getting knocked back, and we'll keep having to redo all of our advancement, all of our wars, all of our territory, all of our expansion. Could be. Maybe we are a test subject. Maybe that's what the reference to God is. Maybe God is a higher entity that created the test. We don't understand. It even says in the Bible, we don't understand what God actually is. We just know God is. Maybe that's the case. Maybe we're God's petri dish and test. Who knows? Hard to say. Very difficult to say. There's not enough proof. And the problem with humanity is we fight ourselves to a point of removing and exterminating history so we can't look anything up. You know, the great stories of the Library of Alexandria and the ransacking that happened, how much information was there that was lost that we can't reference? Massive things in history have happened that have removed entire history from knowledge. So how much knowledge was lost? It's hard to say. You know, if the power goes out today, how many people know how to live without power? It's a difficult thing to do. It's not easy compared to the lifestyles we have. A lot of humans would have a struggle just in the first couple days. You know, how are you going to get food? How are you going to get water? How are you going to keep yourself safe and sheltered? There's a lot of different things. If it resets us, then we're a test. It's very interesting. Very, very interesting stuff. I do enjoy talking about it. Thank you for getting me going. Got me on a rant! Oh! Hockey ranting. Oh, I am not spying on these guys very well anymore. We're hitting a point where I can't. It's kind of rough. Have you heard the theory? Have you heard of that theory that says there were 300 or 400 years of history that were fabricated? Well, I'm not saying it happened, but here, that absolutely could happen. And not even just 300 or 400 years of history that were fabricated. They could fabricate all of human history. In great historical times, and I'm going to use the Crusades as an example. Not that it did this, but that it could have. So we're jumping into a theoretical, it could have happened this way. The Crusades were so successful that at the time, the powers of the European area, the European kings, dominated most of the known world as far as the West went. They dominated most of Africa. They dominated many parts of Eastern Europe, into the Asia area quite well. The Crusades could very easily have taken anything they wanted that they didn't want known and destroyed it. We don't want this history. Burned it. We don't like this etching of what they were trying to say. Smash it. Melt it down. We've had fire for a long time. Melting rock and stuff down is not hard. No, the Crusades was not a loss. The Crusades was not a loss. The First Crusades was a major success. The invasion at the time by the Arab nations into Europe was pushed back, and we were so victorious that basically there was a truce. They eradicated a lot of the problems, and they said, you leave us alone and we'll leave you alone. Yeah, it wasn't so much anybody won, it's that the invading force came into Europe, they came north, and then the Crusades started, and we knocked them way back. And then we said, okay, you leave us alone, or we're going to come back and finish the job, and they stopped. And then, of course, with massive expansion comes infighting, comes division. Humans are bound to do human things. We're fallible. We're stupid. As advanced and sophisticated as we are, we're still crap-throwing apes, essentially. I mean, we still fling feces at each other, more or less. All the time. We just do it in the form of words nowadays. All the time. Even today, as sophisticated and as advanced as we're supposed to be, we're still crap-throwing apes. Can't knock the primitive out of the primitives. It can't be done, apparently. It's an interesting thing. There's a lot of interesting stuff with all that. But yes, essentially, I mean, it's hard to say how much of history has been rewritten or just lost. That's the point I'm getting to. It's hard to say what is real and what isn't. You know, they're finding out more about the Egyptian pyramids now that completely rewrites what we've known about them. And that's what we've known out of books, out of actual history and stuff. It's far beyond what they ever believed it to be. They didn't know. They only had so much information. They made an assumption. They wrote about it. They said, here's what we believe it to be. And it's now being disproved to be much, much older than it even seemed to be at the time. So, hard to say. It's hard to say. Could 300 or 400 years of history be fabricated? Yeah, I imagine at some point, some ruler took over a whole bunch of stuff and erased histories that were known to the world. Take the story of Atlantis. It's a myth. It's mythological. There's no proof that it ever existed. But if everything we've been talking about happens, then at some point in history, there had to have been an advanced civilization. There had to have been. At some point in history, humanity would have had to have come up, advanced, grown, been massively technologically capable, and then something cataclysmic happens, the world spins, whatever, shifts onto new poles, the power goes out, and they're knocked back to the Stone Age. And then it becomes a story. And then after 300 or 400 years, it becomes a legend. You know, there's the legend of Atlantis, this great city that once... and then 400, 500, 600 years later, it's just a myth because nobody believes it anymore. Because there's nothing left of it. There's nothing to point to it to prove it ever existed. So, it's hard to say. It's hard to say. I do too, to be honest. 100% honest. I absolutely do. I don't know that it's exactly what we know it to be, or the stories we hear, but I believe there was an advanced civilization at some point, and that something happened. I believe that the world shifted, and that they were lost to time. And if they were built on an island, such as a lot of the stories would say, they would have been susceptible to tidal waves, to storms that would have ravaged the island. After that, you have lack of food because you weren't able to grow food for a time. There's not significant amounts of hunting. Fishing probably got knocked way back, and reserves probably were lost. People probably starved. Where do I think it was located? I have no clue. I would guess, if I was gonna guess, if I was a betting man, I would say the closest thing we have to evidence of a golden city like the city of Atlantis is in two places. Either the Bermuda Triangle, probably Greece or the Canary Islands or somewhere in Morocco. Nah, I haven't seen evidence of it. I've seen evidence of a golden pathway that's underwater in the Bermuda Triangle, down in the tropics there. It's located about 100 meters below the surface of the water, and they have found golden bricks, basically some form of gold. I don't know if it's actually gold, but it seems like a golden color. A pathway underwater there that doesn't lead to anything, that's been underwater for some time. That's the first spot. Because if there's massive shifts, water levels change, land levels change, seems something. That area is not necessarily super deep, so it seems like an area that people could have lived in. Plus, given where it was in a turn, it could have very well been less mild tropics, which would have made it very pleasant for people to live in. So, there's that spot. There's also Kazakhstan. I don't know if you know where Kazakhstan is, over in the Middle East. The largest gold deposits in the world sit in Kazakhstan in mines. Now, what they're doing is they're mining the side of a mountain, and there's a whole crap ton of gold, basically. Like, more gold than they can mine in a lifetime. There's so much gold, it's ridiculous. They've been mining it for dozens of years, decades, if not centuries. They've still got tons of gold there. They don't know what to do with it all. That's a lot of gold in one place. Seems like a weird thing. And if you learn about gold, gold melts at a lower heat temperature than a lot of other metals. So it wouldn't take much in the way of excessive sunlight to melt gold down over time. Given that it could be thousands of years old, it could have melted into just clumps of gold. Hard to say. Those are the two spots that Kazakhstan? Maybe I got the wrong word. Maybe I got the wrong country. Hold on. I don't... It's south of that. I believe it's like in the India area. Hang on. World map. Let me pull something up real quick so that I can absolutely... Oh, that's not going to tell me what. That's not what I want either. I thought it was Kazakhstan. I could be wrong. Again, I'm just a human being. I make mistakes. Here, let's do this. World's largest gold mine. That's where it is. Oh, they found a larger gold mine in Nevada? That doesn't seem right. Uzbekistan. My bad. It's Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan is massive. It is the world's largest open-pit gold mine. It spans roughly 5.5 kilometers by 3.4 kilometers. That's a couple... That's like 3 miles wide by 2 miles high. That's a massive area of just gold. I did not know this. Apparently, there are Nevada gold mines that are producing more gold. I did not know that. Now, here's the difference. The Nevada mine is a complex of 10 underground and 12 open pit mines. So you're talking 22 different spots where they're digging in this area in Nevada. That Uzbekistan mine, that is an open pit that is literally over a mile in each direction. Like, you could sit there and look from one to the other and probably not see it. That's how large this pit is. It's Uzbekistan. It's not... I was wrong. It's Uzbekistan. Because people are greedy and everything inflates, nothing ever goes down. That's a constant problem. That's a constant problem. Hey, we got operation difficulty
Complete.
reduction. Nice. Very nice. All right. He's good there. We're going to send him down. We're going to set up all of these mining stations because I want the minerals coming in. At least I can compensate for my energy credit loss at the moment. Selling minerals. I have 194 days. I don't think I'm taking this. Yeah, I'm only at 8% devastation. I'm not taking this if they force peace immediately. I have to get lucky, and they have to not force peace before I land my army, which is not guaranteed. So the administration of Elam may not be evaporated. Right? The seven sins. The 7 sins, and going back to the Bible, the 10 commandments were supposed to be the opposite. Good ways of just living, even if you're not religious. The 10 commandments, if you take them and you just write down the basic principles, they're really good ways just to live your life. So, oh, they made peace. Neither side occupied territory belonging to the other. So there was no change there. Okay. So these guys remain in power of their area. This is kind of the same concept if you think about it from a historical standpoint. Empires expand, empires shrink. Some cultures and civilizations are removed entirely. I already removed one just to exist. When I first started this game, I had this system, and my home system here. And there was a Empire's homeworld here in that system, and they occupied this system. I was literally blockaded. Oh, they offered peace. No, I want to decline. I was literally blockaded in. I had to destroy an entire empire just to survive in this game. And that can be the case sometimes. Who were the 10 commandments given to? The hell was his name? Hang on. I'll let you know. I actually have a Bible right over here. 1 second. Yeah, it's in the Old Testament. I actually have a Bible that is called The Journey. So it is the Bible, it is the Old Testament, it is the New Testament, and it is the thought process to help people begin a spiritual journey for those that are curious. It's a really interesting book, very thought-provoking. It does not direct you necessarily, so it's some interesting stuff. I should be able to find it pretty quick here. Ten Commandments. Moses was given the commandments. And Moses went to Israel, according to the story, of course, and he gave the commandments. So it was Moses that was given it. Interesting stuff. That's the story. Hard to say exactly how it did happen, but the claim is, of course, it happened. So, interesting stuff. There's a lot there in what we've discussed for the last 45 minutes or so now. There's a lot of information, a lot of things to look at. If you really want to start learning about some of the stuff I was talking about with the world, the best place that I recommend starting with is the tropical glaciers. Very interesting stuff going on with those, some of which they can't really explain rationally. Like they'll claim Ice Age, but it doesn't make enough sense. Especially when you look into the glaciers in China, and they drilled down into the core, the very bottom of one of the glaciers, and they found that it was only 17,000 years old according to carbon dating. So, they claim that the last ice age was several 100,000 years ago or whatever. How is a glacier only 17,000 years old at the bottom? That doesn't make sense. If it's from the ice age, it would be 100,000, 200,000, whatever the age of the ice age is, years old. And it's not, which means it doesn't make sense. Which means somewhere somebody lied about something or got something wrong and demanded they were right. Which seems very human. I know I'm right. I figured it all out. Did you, though? Did you? I like to say I'm an idiot. I'm working with an idiot. The idiot's me. I'm an idiot. Fallible human. I remind myself that I always have more to learn when it comes to this stuff. And I really do enjoy looking into it. There's a lot there with it. I may start doing, like, Mondays as a podcast day. Not on as long, but start doing a podcast thing. I'm just spiritual. I don't practice religion anyway. I'm more aligned with Christian value. But I'm not Christian. I don't practice. So, I'm definitely not Muslim. To me, Islam seems like a religion of convert or die, which isn't a religion as much as an invading force pretending to be a religion. If you're going to demand you convert or we'll get rid of you, you're not a religion. You're an exterminating force.
Construction complete.
An ideology that demands adherence. Almost cult-like. Very easy to define them that way. Now, I know there's a lot of Muslims that would disagree with me, but they're Muslims. They're going to be biased. From an external perspective, if I don't believe what they do, they condemn me to death. That's not religion. There's no religion there. That's an ideology that seeks to exterminate everything that does not adhere to it. That's me. So, back then people lived under Muslim empires and lived. Did they? Did they though? Did they? I would disagree with you because there were slaves, there were indentured servants. They owned land. They warred with each other. There were warring nations way back then still. There times of peace haven't actually existed in reality. There's no such thing as a peacetime. There's lulls in fighting. If you look through it historically, there's always fighting. There's never a time where there's not. It's just lulls in it, essentially, where people aren't fighting as much or as hard. Or they may not be fighting, but they're not exactly friendly. And I would go so far as to say, if you look into a lot of the Muslim countries that exist today, they were all conquered. They're not... They were not peacefully turned over. They were conquered. I mean, the same can be said about North America here. North America was a conquered region. It was conquered by different religions, although mostly it was the Protestants early, as far as English history goes. It's all conquered. Yeah, slavery has been a massive thing for all of known human history. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. It's only recent history that it began to become abolished. And abolished is a loose term because it's not gone. It's just changed in how it's kind of done. Technically, working class citizens are slaves. They can't break out of the cycle they're in without exceptional circumstances. They're slaves. They're slaves to taxes. They're slaves to the government. You have to do a job to survive. You can't not do the job. You can't just live. It's not possible. So, but yes, slavery is human history, and it's everywhere. Absolutely true. You had the Native American tribes enslaving each other. You had the Middle Americas and Southern American different groups. They were all enslaving each other. The Mayans were notorious for enslaving everybody that didn't agree with them. I'm not saying it was unique to Islam or Muslims in general. It's not unique to them. It's not. That there's slavery. All of human history is just engulfed with. Ah! They demanded peace. Damn it. I was this close. I was that close to taking this last spot. That's alright. Oh, oops, that's the wrong fleet. This fleet. So close, and yet so far away. Oh, man. Been a good conversation. I really have enjoyed this. Different times. They were different times. That's why I say as much as we are civilized and sophisticated today, we're still crap-throwing apes. All humans are. Some do it less than others. Some just want to be left alone. But we'll all do it to some extent. Good and evil is perspective and morally value and based. There are things that can be perceived as evil action. But it depends on how you're seeing it. So, I don't know. There's a lot to it. There's a lot to it. All right, we're gonna send these guys way up here. Still get something out of this conversation.
Hostile
Yeah.
fleet assets engaged.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I love that. I do love doing that. I love having the conversation. I have friends who have complete opposite beliefs. I do. People who believe very opposite me. But one thing that I always lay down is a very simple moral value, which I live by, or I try to live by each and every day. I'm not perfect. I'm a fallible human being. So, but the moral principle is very simple. Do not harm, hinder, or oppress others in your pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness. And if we can live by that one simple, if we can agree that one simple moral value is adherable, then we can have conversations, we can have debates, we can live in some sort of harmony. It's when people violate that. Harming, hindering, or oppressing. Those three things are massive. They're key. The 10 Commandments reflect upon those very, very intrinsically, actually. To harm, to hinder, or to oppress. All 10 of the commandments hit one of those three things in one way or another. As long as you're not doing that, you're living in a way that is supposed to be virtuous and good. And people can live together like that. It's when you start stepping on people, oppressing them, you start harming them, you start getting in their way and hindering them, that people have issues and that people can't coexist. Heck, if human beings could learn to just not harm, hinder, or oppress each other, we'd all coexist and achieve great things. We might even make it through the polar shift happening and come out the other side and advance to a point that nobody could have fathomed. Might make it out of this solar system finally. Off the planet and out of the solar system. Alright, let's get that survey done. I'm going to leave the ship there. I'm going to move this in. Been a fantastic day. We completely eradicated, well, we reduced the administration of Elam down to nothing. Yes, they have a defensive pack. No, they have guarantee of independence by these guys, which is going to be my next problem. The Vivisandian autocracy is in my way. They are the biggest problem on the board that I am aware of at this point. They have turned the Irabot grid into a vassal. They have turned the state of Karzu into a vassal. They have attacked the Queptilium entity. They've attacked me. They enslaved these guys who have rebelled. I bet they'd even try to enslave these guys or vassalize these guys. I'd be willing to bet that happens. And relatively soon, I would guess. So, my next war, my next big fight here is going to be with the Vivisandian autocracy. I'll be able to take the Unadarian League here at some point when their war here is done. They're not vassals, they're not protected, they rebelled against these guys, so they'll be on their own. So I'll be able to get rid of these guys relatively, but they're pre-FTL that were enslaved, and now they're out and about. I'll be able to take that, and then it's fighting these guys. That's the big push here. We do not have any other options at this point. The good news is they're fighting with other empires, unknown empires on the other side. So where they're squished in between us and other enemies, they are conquering everybody they can. But can they conquer my killbots? We shall see. 1 second. Alright, sorry. The dogs were going off, but I don't know what they were. And there's nothing up there. We gotta keep doing our spying, even if it's not working. Going back to what I said earlier about Muslim empires, for the most part of their history, there were more non-Muslims than Muslims. They lived in peace together before. Yeah, peace is a loose term. Yes, the thing that I would point to that would, from a technicality standpoint, disagree is now they're all Muslim. They have either been converted or they fought. So peace was loose. But yes, there were regions there there were entire regions. Persia was not a Muslim state. It was not a Muslim nation. Islam was not its religion. But now look at it. All of what once was Persia is basically gone. It's all Islam, Muslim. It was taken over. Either they converted people or they removed people. That's not a religion in my eyes. That's an invading force. What is that great general Sun Tzu? The Art of War. The Art of War book. You don't have to actually kill anybody. You just have to convert them. I mean, wars are fought different ways than most people would think. So, of course, there are some wicked people on both sides. Haters killing the Orthodox Jews and Christians in the Holy Land. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Everybody's gonna have bad apples. I think that's what you're getting at with that. Everybody's gonna have bad apples. It doesn't matter what side it is. There's always going to be bad apples. Again, that goes into the 7 sins, and people will always indulge in sin when there's no repercussion for it. So, did they go too far? In some cases, absolutely. Absolutely, they went too far in some cases. So I can't disagree. Yes, yeah, and how many different times in history, and not just when the period you're talking, but just different wars, people unarmed, I'm surrendering, and they'd kill them on the spot, and that's a war tactic from the idea that it's easier to just remove them from existence than it is to hold a prisoner. Prisoners bring up complex process, new variables inside of the war fronts, new mouths to feed, all these different things, all these different variables. So there are people who have fought in war who say it's easier just to kill your enemy, remove your enemy, than it is to take them hostage. Is it the right thing to do? Not really. But it is a tactic of war. And it is a sad tactic of war, in all honesty. I'm not going to say that I don't see reason for it, but at the same time, if it's not a necessity, don't do it. Most converted to not pay the tax. Yes. Which, that's another form of war. It is. You're oppressing them by forcing them to pay you to exist. What happened if you didn't pay the tax? And you didn't convert? They came after you. They probably either made an example of you or just removed you. That is a form of invasion. That is a form of oppression, if you will. All people that I pick is dead tax. And for men not get. Yeah. But it was against their choice. So, I don't agree in it. Just from my perspective, it seems like a oppressive tactic to force conversion over time. And it worked from the way it looks. They can say it's peaceful all they want, but if I have to pay you to exist, you're oppressing me. Taxes are a form of oppression. Get me started on taxes sometime. Form of oppression. Income tax? What is income tax going to? Why are my taxes going across the world for things? Why are we researching whether monkeys dance in top hats in Indonesia with my money? I don't want to pay for that crap. Our own government oppresses us to an extent. It's absolutely a thing. Interesting. I'd have to look more into it. It's interesting stuff. I dislike the current concept of everything, anybody who's anti-Islam or does not want Muslims in their space. I'm not talking about public space. I'm talking about private space. Anybody who will not adhere to Islam's wishes, desires, or even commands is considered Islamophobic. Excuse me. That is a tactic of word games to make somebody feel bad for their belief system. And it works, but it is an absolute tactic to force people into adherence through shaming or pressure. And I disagree with its tactic. There's a lot to that, though. It goes a long ways. There's different ways that could all be looked at. Ooh, we're finally at net zero power again. I'm about to change that. I can add a third one there. We get lots of power jobs. Help fulfill this power issue. The mines are almost done. I gotta add more. I can add one more right now. I'm gonna have to add more mines down the road. Get more minerals coming in. Because the robots convert a lot of minerals into alloy. This is a fun little race to, like, Empire to play. Sometimes our hate comes from our lack of knowledge, so we speak. But Jews and Christians learn more about them. Fair. That's fair. So are you Muslim then? Are you of the Islam religion? Yes? Okay. I've had a fair conversation with you. I hold no hate. I hold no hate. It's been a good conversation. It really has. And that's one of the things. If we can start having the conversations and finding at least a neutral ground to things, I believe it's possible for people to coexist. It's just figuring out where that coexistence is. To not harm, hinder, or oppress others is, like I said, the biggest moral value I live on. And I've met, again, I know people who are very opposite belief. I've known Muslims that have never caused me an issue.
Situation log adjusted.
I've known others that are a little bit less tolerant at the same time. And that goes into bad apples on both sides. It really is a problem on both sides. It's a problem of humanity in general. Sins are the problem. And we all are indulged to it to some extent. I've been guilty myself of that. I seek to not be, to grow, to be better in my days. But new archaeological special project. Sovereign Nigerian League has contacted us. So another people, space elves. They're the space elves. They got the pointy ears. They're space elves, right? Ah, they're up here. Okay. This territory. I don't know what the dog is doing up there right now. Yeah. It's all about ending the violence and finding an adherence, a coexistence point. And can we live with that? Or do we allow people's greed to cause issue? You know, it's a very difficult position for anybody on either side, on any side, because there's more than just two sides. Let's face it, but more than either side, as far as people go. There are good people, but there are bad apples, and when the bad apples are allowed to be bad apples, it makes everybody look bad. So it's a hard reality to accept, but it is a reality we kind of have to accept. And we have to find a way to coexist, or else we're doomed to continue to repeat war, doomed to continue to repeat cycles.
System survey complete.
Humanity will continue to lose history. We'll continue to lose knowledge. Doesn't matter how much advancement we have. If people are always fighting, then there will always be losses that will stop us from ever advancing to a point of unity. Now, where that point is a debate. It is a very debatable thing, depending on stance, historic understanding, belief system. There's a lot of things to that. So, people who want to divide us are greedy people in private. Yeah. Aren't they always? Aren't they always? It always seems to be not all wealthy, but it seems to be wealthy people who want to play power games. Who, once they get a taste of the power, they don't want to give it up. They'd rather cause and sow chaos so that they stay in control. I'm a man with very little, and I don't desire power at all, honestly. I don't desire it at all. However, if it helps my people here, if it helps, because I'm an American, if it helps American citizens, I will serve American citizens to try to make the country better for the citizens. And I say citizens very specific. People who are of this country, nationality of this country, which here in America is a lot of different people. But if you're a citizen and it's all legal, then I would represent you. Right, left, dark, light, man, woman, doesn't matter. It's all about what is in the best interest of all the people. And again, I don't want the power. I don't want to be in control. I just want to garden and be left alone, honestly. Let me grow my food, sell a little bit of my crops, make enough money to live and have a few things. I'm not greedy. I don't need millions of dollars. Hell, I got friends who have money. Like, I could go and I could ask for money and I could have
acquisition successful.
Probably get enough in help from people to have money that I'd probably never have to worry about money again. Like, I know people who basically they can live the rest of their lives on what they do. I don't ask them for anything. Just friendship. As good people, I just want to be friends. I'll never ask them for a dime. Because I don't want it. I don't desire it. It makes me a little different than most people, but I have no desire for it. It doesn't do anything for me. To be in charge does not pique anything in me. So. And again, maybe that's me, I don't know. I know that, I mean, if it'll help my people move forward and grow and prosper, I'd do it. Which is part of the reason that I've been tempted to do a podcast a little bit here and there, once a week. Change the channel up a little. I mean, I like playing video games. It gives me something to sit here and do while nobody's here. That's the main reason I do this stuff, is because when it's just me sitting here streaming, I can play the game. I don't have to worry about being bored and just sitting in front of a screen doing nothing. However, at the same time, I'm here because when I'm not doing anything, I'll play a game and relax. But I'm here so that I can have conversations with people. Good conversations, productive conversations, discussions about different topics and information, you know, things that aren't exposed to us standard. The heat shell to the solar system. How many people actually know about that? How many people actually know what tropical glacier? How many people, you know about different histories and how they're a little fuzzy, you know, things aren't necessarily what they seem. It's very interesting. Most people we meet on a daily basis are greedy to the point where I start to feel like it's human nature not being. That means you're going against your nature. Interesting. It is natural for humans to want to feel good. Greed does make people feel good because they feel like they have something. I could see your point too there. And when they get a taste of it, it goes a long ways. It does. You know, when you have something, you don't want to lose it. And that'll feed your desire for greed even further. Or anyone's human's desire for greed further. Not you specifically. I'm glad you did as well. I'm glad you did as well. It's been a good conversation. We've been doing it for over an hour now. I do enjoy the topics. And it's all about not hating. It's all about building. Like, if humanity could just get over its damn differences and build together, we would create such great things. Like, we have the capability, if we just stop fighting, to produce enough power that everybody has power endlessly. We have the capability, as a species, to feed everyone endlessly. It's just about finding the right people and the right way to go about it. So, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Always have an open mind. Like I said, I look at myself, I say I'm working with an idiot. The idiot's me. Me seeing myself as an idiot means I'm always open to learning stuff. I'm always looking for knowledge. I'm always trying to expand my understanding. So, always. I'm always trying to become a better human being. And it doesn't matter who it is that I talk to, as long as I'm talking to people who are willing to have the conversation and understand that there's no hate or anything. Even if we disagree, we have to agree to disagree with points. We can have the conversation. You're starting to align with cosmopolitanism every day. Like the magazine? I don't know what... I know what Cosmopolitan the magazine is. I don't know what the ism of it would be, a belief system-wise. Cosmopolitanism. The idea of all human beings belong to a global community regardless of nationality, religion, or culture. Interesting. So everybody is one. If we could all get over our differences to some extent, yes. That could be achieved in a perfect world. Unfortunately, I don't know that it'll ever happen, at least in our lifetimes, because a perfect world is unachievable with humanity's failures. So we live in a system, a universe, a reality that has a chaotic balance. There's good, there's evil, there's light, there's dark, there's positive, there's negative, there's hot, there's cold. There's always the opposite. So no matter what kind of goodness we create, there will always be evil, unfortunately. Good will always have evil. I don't know that we can ever reach a state of full unity. I'd love to. I think that both of us have some sort of perspective where it would be great if that could be the thing. I don't know that it's possible given our reality. I really truly believe we're in a chaotic, balanced universe. There is balance, it's just chaos. It's at a level where we can't really grasp the math behind it, but when two people come together and start to succeed, there are two more people somewhere who are jealous, angry, and resent those two. And it creates that hatred that starts the derisiveness away from the unity. It's weird. Diogenes started the idea many centuries ago. Yeah. Even the Bible in the very Old Testament there talks about unity at one point. When humanity was unified, and then they of course became greedy and they wanted to be equal to God, and whatever perspective of course you want to spin on it, but that God broke them apart. Now take everything we've talked about with the magnetic poles, the shift, the cycle, the world tilting, all that stuff. What if it was an event like that that caused humanity to split at one point? What if we're all unified, and then a cataclysmic event caused a divide where we couldn't come back together? Over the course of several centuries, people would start separating. Language would start changing different ways. Habits, community, social styles, all this stuff would be interesting. I believe humans should be equal, but sometimes some people don't feel like equal. Yes, that's greed. That's right back into sin. Jealousy. Jealousy of others. Yes, the Babylon stuff, yes. The Babylonian tale, where they tried to build the Tower of Babel, and God said, no, you cannot be of equal to me. So I will remove you and remove language and cause division. It's an interesting story. Again, just like Noah's Ark, if you take out the religious aspect of it, maybe humanity achieved a whole bunch. Something happened and divided them. And again, over the course of hundreds of years, groups that are split will go separate directions. They will take different paths. Language changes. The hegemony of... What? These guys are gone. An unknown empire destroyed them. Wow. There's somebody very powerful over here. That's crazy. That was an empire that found us a while ago. Oh, shit. That's done surveying. Fuck, I'm not paying attention. I'm having too much conversation. Right? They just took somebody down. Hold on. Focus, Hockey. Focus. Let's go scout this system and see what's what real quick. I got a few minutes left. I might go over for just a minute or two. Like I said, this has been a really good conversation. I have enjoyed it. I've had this conversation with people before, too. I always enjoy talking about this. I really would enjoy... I've been doing this streaming stuff for like 5 years. I'm not very successful at it. I'm willing to say that, admit that, state it, whatever. It's not very successful. I get 5, 6 viewers at most days. I have conversations like this with people. I'd really like to start a podcast talking about stuff. My problem is
Alert. Non-standard space entity.
I'm running a garden. I'm taking care of the household. As far as fixing things, cleaning, cooking, all this stuff. And then I do my streaming 4 days a week on top of it. I really don't have time to expand into a new podcast thing. I'm trying to figure out how. Maybe I cut back my streaming to 3 days and I end up making a day of podcast. Or I expand into Mondays or Saturdays. I don't know yet. But I would really enjoy doing the podcasting. Because I do enjoy having the conversations, you know? I think that it brings people to a unifying perspective, and something you actually pointed out earlier, MDH. That having conversations with people helps you understand them and their perspective a little. So, podcast seems nice. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, you could listen. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it wouldn't be anything special. It'd be like an hour. It wouldn't be the 4 hours I sit here and do the streaming stuff. But it's something where every day I can go online and I can pull up a specific topic. Here's our thing to talk about. I can have some different stuff pulled up to discuss facts and research and stuff about. Like, I could talk about the glaciers. I could talk about the magnetic pole thing. I could talk about societies and histories and all this different stuff. And not only could I help educate other people, but I'd educate myself to things as well. As I look this stuff up, I find things that I didn't know. I educate myself to things I didn't know. And I educate other people to things they may not know. And really, knowledge, the exposure to knowledge empowers everybody to become a better human. Took me a long time to learn that. I'm almost 40, so I've been around in life for a while. I've been around the sun a few times. But it is something I would enjoy. I would absolutely enjoy doing. And maybe that's what I need to do, is start doing a podcast 1 day a week where I'm streaming. Who knows? We found more of these shards. I found more of the shards. Alright, we're going to take them out. I am technically at my closing time. But I'm going to take these guys out real quick. And we're going to grab this system. And then we'll shut it down. It's been a very good day. MDH, big shout out to you. Thank you for being here in the conversation. I do appreciate it. We'll shout you out here right on stream. I don't know if you do any streaming yourself or anything. But we'll shout you out. Thank you for being here. That's my way of saying thank you. And then, of course, verbally saying thank you. I got to shout out Chris as well. Chris was here. He's not here anymore. He left about 15 minutes ago. But Chris is here every day. Chris is my #1 supporter of the stream. He's a father. He works. And he does streaming sometimes. Good dude. All around good dude. Loves to help people out and stuff in any way he can.
Construction complete.
So go check him out. And
Hostile fleet assets engaged.
yeah, gotta do what I can. He hosts the ARC server that I play on from time to time. If you guys want to check out any of the past streams, anything you missed, you want to check it out, Rumble, YouTube. I have most of the streams for the past almost year up on there now. And every stream going forward goes to Rumble and YouTube. So if you missed anything and you guys want to see more, you can go check it out there. Oh, let's get that research done. That'll help. We'll survey the system, and then we're done. This corner of the galaxy, outside of this down here, has basically been conquered. Been a good one, guys. I do appreciate you guys being here. Everybody, coming out today live. I know we had a lot of people stopping in. I did get to see the view count move. Thank you guys for stopping in. Every view counts. Every view helps. Watching a little bit of ads helps. I make maybe $1 a day for 4 hours of sitting here and either talking to you guys or talking to nobody. So I appreciate it. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow to get through Friday to help you guys out. I'll probably be back on here because I've been having a good time with it. So you guys take care. Enjoy the rest of your day. Have a wonderful Thursday or whatever day, whatever time it is. Have a wonderful one. And we'll see you guys in the next one. Take care, everybody.